morning. I guess it's noon, isn't it? Or still morning. Let's see. Make sure everything's working okay. This is a book that I was looking through that I really, really like. I'm going to go through it more in depth, and the light's reflecting here off of my, even with the diffuser. Or diffuse light. I am checking the feed to make sure everything's good. I hope everybody's doing okay. Let's see. I've got my reference photo set up. You can see it there on the right hand side. Okay, we have sound. Yay! Hey Pierre, how are you? Man, I started going through this book that I opened the other day. There's a book haul video, if anybody's, that includes this one. And oh my. I'm going to have to go through this one really slow. I think this is, I was not that familiar with his work, except for a few I'd seen online, and I could see a relationship between him and John Singer Sargent, and who I love. So I got this book to learn more about him and have some reference images and, you know, whatnot. Typical, like an art book. But I think we may have started something here. I don't know if you can see it. I don't know if it's going to adjust or not. His hands. Feels wet. Something on the cover. I don't want water on the paper. But the hands in this one alone, this is not the same one, obviously, as our reference, but I don't know if that's gonna. Anywho's, how's everybody doing? It's 1 p.m. here. Okay. It's time for me to officially start. I have notes here, so we want to be thorough. Oops, I'm on the wrong one. Joaquin Sorolla. I am terrible at Spanish or pronunciations. I barely speak English, which is my first language. My only language, really. So I had to look up how to pronounce his name. So it's Joaquin Sorolla. Today I'm going to work on a master study inspired by him. You'll see, like I said, you'll see the reference photo that I'm using in the upper right hand corner. The thing is, this is a detail of one, and that's why one reason I have this setting here. The full image is very landscape. I was hoping it was going to be in this book, and it's not. He was a Spanish painter famous for his incredible ability to capture warm, glowing light and natural, relaxed poses. His portraits had this beautiful softness and energy that I'm going to try to translate into oil pastels. I feel it in my gut that I need to do some oil painting studies of some of his things. Even just some of the simple ones, like there's a floral back here that's just a little still life. But anyway, yeah, love him, love it. I'll be focusing on how he uses warm tones and soft edges to create a sense of sunlight gently falling across his subject. You notice the lighting on this portrait looks very natural. It doesn't look like it's lit artificially. He could be sitting outside under a tree. Very good. Let's see. If anybody has any questions as I'm going along, please feel free to jump in. Pierre says his work is just amazing, and I couldn't agree more with you about the detail in the hands. Really interesting artist. Yeah, he's I'm in awe. So what I did do, I don't usually do this. This time I did because without going into a lot of detail, because I think we're all under stress, and just because of the world we live in. But in order to cut some of that stress out for myself, I sketched this out with just a Pentel oil pastel. Anyway, if you're interested in him, I highly recommend this book. I do not remember what this cost. I got this off of Amazon. Of course, it was not full price. This says $55. I don't think it was that much at all. I have very rarely spent that or more on a book, so I doubt that's what it was. So anyway, I've kind of sketched it out here to get going. What I'm going to do is I'm going to watch how the shadows and highlights blend, how things kind of form the shapes. It's going to have loose pastel marks, trying to keep the feeling of it alive so it's not so stagnant and tight, and you know. His skin tones have subtle variations. Sorry, we have somebody working on the house today. This is June 22nd of 25, and I may need to turn on the music and mute myself so that you don't have to hear Poncho barking all the time. But just so you're aware. He's a nervous dog, and there's somebody new here, so yeah. His skin tones are subtle variations of ochres, soft pinks, and muted grays. Pastels I have here. I was making notes on Post-it notes for that book. I'm just setting my pen aside. I wanted to make sure I didn't get it on tomorrow's paper. Oh, speaking of paper, this paper is Grumbacher that I picked up the other day. It is just this. I know I'm talking about Amazon and Walmart. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's, I live in a very rural area. This was on clearance at Walmart for $15, I think. It says it's mixed media paper. It's not real heavy. It's 98 pounds, which isn't bad. But I taped it down here. I did put a layer of gesso on it. I think before I have mentioned doing that, and I contradicted myself a time or two. But this time I definitely put just a layer of gesso on it. clicking between windows. He is adorable. I gave him a haircut the other day. He looks really cute too. He's wire-haired Jack Russell, and he gets kind of scraggly looking sometimes around his face, and his hair gets down in his eyes, so I had to trim it all back. Okay, muted grays. I'm going to pull out a few of these. These are Sennelier that have been very well used. This is their portrait set. I bought this a few years ago, so I pulled it out. I won't use these till the end because just like when you oil paint, you want to work from hard pastel, like the Pentel, to a softer pastel. And these are the softest ones I have. I have some Mungio right here. I have some Paul Rubens up here. I'm pulling out the yellow ochres and the more muted tones for this. I'm really excited to do this. This guy, I swear, I know that's a little dark, but we'll put that up there. And that was in the wrong box. Put my phone on mute. Let's see, what other colors do we need? I need like a, that's perfect. Is that the same? No. I am going to clean those off before I apply them to the paper, because believe it or not, that's a white. But it won't take much. I just need to wipe them off with pastel on the end of them. Just pulling out some of these. This is not a white. This is like a silver gray. I thought it might be nice for some of the areas around his eyes. And then once we lay that out, I can build up on it, and we'll kind of go back and forth and build this up. This paper that I'm using is about 10.5 by 13, taped off. The taped off area is. I like to tape them off whether I'm using gesso or not, but if you prime your paper, you'll want to tape it down so that when it dries, it'll dry flat and not be warped. It still might be a little warped. Mine was. I just set some books on top of it. And when I set it, came back this morning, yeah, it was fine. Let's see. Oh, I need to keep edges soft in most areas, but adding sharp highlights where light hits the strongest. He does look like he used white, particularly on his nose, the highlight on his nose. Now the highlights up here have more of a fleshy tone to it. So, and this highlight inside of his eye in here is white. But the rest of them look like they're more muted Caucasian flesh tones. I don't want to stress for a perfect likeness or copy of this picture. I just want to capture the mood and the light instead, and how he applied color. And since we are using oil pastel and not oil paint as he did, there's going to be a little variation. I'm going to have a layering process, and I'm going to let the oil pastels build depth and warmth gradually. So there's going to be a lot of time where it's going to be like, what is she doing? It's going to look a mess before it gets better. He was a renowned Spanish painter, celebrated primarily for his mastery of light and color. He was born in Valencia, Spain. He developed an impressionistic style that brilliantly captures the vibrancy of Mediterranean light. I went and I looked, as I said, on that one book, some of his seascapes are beyond amazing. I am going to put gloves on, by the way. He did paint plein air. His wife was often a model, and she was very supportive of him. I think we all need a wife like that, or a spouse. Not everybody can do that, though. Oh, I thought that was white. Was that white? Oh, maybe it's a peachy. Yeah, it is. Okay. So see, you can wipe these off real quick. I do have a white light over here too. I'm doing this bigger than I usually do my pastel studies. Usually my pastel studies are only like 8 by 8, and it really limits how loose I can get. So I'm hoping this will help somewhat in that area. He was highly skilled in portraits, landscapes, and genre scenes. He was known for his luminous brushwork and his ability to convey warmth and movement in his compositions. His work combines the spontaneity of Impressionism with the technical precision of academic training. There is a link in the description to the museum in Madrid that has a collection of his work. And it's housed in his former home and studio, which preserves much of his work and personal archives. There's also a link in the description for the pastel supplies that I use. The link will take you to my website where there's a supply list there. Just FYI. In the original composition, his head was off-centered. It was, wouldn't you know, I don't have any paper except for a Post-it note. It was very landscape, and then he is over here. I don't know if you can even see that. That's pretty sad. I use a Post-it note for, but he was very off-centered. Instead of being here, he was over here, and the canvas is very landscape. Let's see. Notice that the pose is natural and relaxed. He's just sitting there looking at us. He's not doing anything that's uncomfortable to pose. I am really interested in learning about how he worked. I read one little thing today that I had to put a Post-it on it because it was just like, yes, I understand that. Oh, and this is taped. This paper is taped to a drawing board. If you want to tape yours down, you can tape it down on foam core or something that's has a little more stiffness to it. I started to say poster board. I don't think poster board would work at all. Just FYI. And this is just painter's tape. I am going to start. Remember, this is a process. I'm going to use this peachy color. Well, let's go with this instead. This is kind of a light yellow ochre. It's a 250. Yeah, it says pale ochre. It's a 250 of the Mungio Gallery. And I'm going to put this is going to go on darker than, but we're going to blend it so that it has, so that it's got some lighter tones. This is really dark. Really, really dark. Really, I don't know. It's been a long time since I've come across an artist that I'm just like, oh yes. And he is one of those. It makes me want to repaint everything I have painted at least over the last year. Kind of looks like he's wearing a face mask, like he's getting a facial. I did get some blending stumps this time to play with. I have some, but they're so filthy that they've been used for charcoal, so they would not work very well. This was painted during his mature period. Later on, I believe it was 19, I have it in here, 1910? I have it in the notes of the video. But, so he had already gone through a lot of training. Okay. I'm just going to get to work here. Again, if anybody has any questions, I know there's not too many here at the moment, but even if you're watching the replay, just let me know. I'm going to try and keep this really loose. Again, it's not a copy, but I do love his use of the brush marks, are amazing. I'm finding that yellow underdrawing a little distracting. I should have used probably a more neutral color. I imagine there are colors closer to the flesh colors in that Sennelier set, but right now I need to lay down a foundation. And the Sennelier, as I said, are very, very soft. I'm debating going ahead and getting them out. Oh, so I can start playing with these a little quicker. I do have my sharp tool here. I have the blenders. I have my mineral spirits and my brush. I think my brush got buried though. Nope, it's right here. To do some blending. I may do more blending on this than I normally do. I'm not going to rush on this for one thing. This is going to be, I'm taking my time today. This paper needs to be pulled away. If I can get it. It's one of the problems of wearing gloves. You can't get your... Let's start with his eyes. Oh, there we go. That's the color I need. Tomorrow's is going to be Lucian Freud in oil paint, who, if you're not familiar, is a figurative artist that is known for having very textured paintings. I have long been an admirer of him. I don't know if you've seen Leonard Nimoy's work, but I believe he was a strong influence to him. I keep flipping back and forth between windows on my, because I want to see what you're seeing, but yours is delayed a little bit. As I said, I'm blocking in at the moment. This is not going to be I need to do a video on how to fix errors. Oops, pushed too hard on that one. How to fix errors in your oil pastels. Because just because I put these marks down, ooh, it looks ghastly, doesn't he? Does not mean that this is where it's going to stay. There are ways to, if I decide to move parts or whatever, there are ways to do it. You're not stuck with whatever you put down. It is very pliable, malleable medium. I did get a request to do more oil pastels, which is one thing that spurred this one being done in oil pastels. So if there is something that you want to see, particular artist or medium. Well, I'm going to stick with probably more oil paints and I don't know how many more oil pastels I'm going to be doing. I need to do some soul searching. I am going to be hitting 4,000 hours within the next week. So yay! And that's with the official YouTube counter. I am like 119, something like that, away. So maybe we'll have a celebration. If I could afford to, I'd have a giveaway. Of some type. The reason this white is able to go over that is because so cleanly is because the white is softer. It's a Paul Rubens, but it's very soft. Come on, get your little beard on over there. This is a portrait of a gentleman that had a big influence on education. Let's see if I had, because I looked up. Okay, yeah, the portrait is notable not only for its artistic merit, but also for its historical significance, capturing a leading intellectual of the era. There goes Pancho again. This is Casio. His work in education and art history left an indelible mark on Spanish society. His efforts in modernizing education through the ILE, and I did not look up what that is exactly, and his scholarly contributions to art history continue to be celebrated. The Foundation Francisco Guinea de los Rios, established in 1916, sorry, I know I butchered that, stands as a testament to his dedication to educational reform and his enduring legacy. So the fact that this gentleman had such an impact on education, to me is just, yeah. I'm very big. Well, I think we all are on being educated, whether it's self or formal. Oh, I already have that one pulled out. Let's see. I'm gonna put some darks in here, just for my own little landmark. And I really do mean that it makes me want to repaint everything I've done in the last year. His work just, I don't know. And what he wrote to his wife, just I could relate to it so much. As an artist, as a painter, as a creative. I should pull it out and read it to you. But I think you might be getting tired of me talking and not getting on with the work. The background looks to be kind of a taupe-ish. Let's see if we can get something close. Unfortunately, I do not see anything that is close. So maybe we can just create it. Oh, one thing I don't know if you noticed about this paper, that sketchbook, you can take the pages out and put them back in. Is one reason I bought it, because I'm thinking I could do oil pastels like this and just keep them in that notebook, much like I did the master studies. This is just to kind of fill it in. So we've got something back here to build out of, to make it come out of. And this is, well, I tore it off. This is a Paul Rubens. It's kind of a splotchy, so I will gladly go over that again. And make it smoother with another color. There is a playlist of oil pastel pieces, if anybody's interested in just that. Oh. Do I already have that out? Nope. I don't know what color this is. I'm sorry. But it's like a mauve-y color. I think it's a Mangio. No, it's not going on very well though. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get these Hayas out. These are sort of like a Sennelier as far as like softness, but they are a lot less expensive. They're made by Paul Rubens. By the way, if you're an oil painter or a painter, I found some brushes that I am blown away by. It's not a paid review or whatever. This is so oily. Look. This is a Sennelier. It wound up in my Haya. Put that up there. My Sennelier have been very well used. And it's warm in Kansas today. And I have a fan on in here and the AC's on. And they're still, I mean, they're really soft. You don't want to purchase these and then leave them in your car or any oil pastel for that matter. They'll melt. But with this heat right now, it's only June. Crazy. I went back to the Mungio. I'm going to switch back and forth here. Just to whatever's going to work. I don't think I have his head wide enough. This part of his head. Yeah. Poncho is spoiled rotten. You'll notice I got that shape off. I'm mainly putting this light yellow ochre on there just to blend that a little bit because it looks so rough. Oh, the brushes, I'm not going to make you wait for the video because I made a video of it. But if you're an oil painter or a painter, Transin makes this set of brushes that there's 12 of them in a set. If you're looking for just an inexpensive, good brush, I mean, we all love Rosemary and Co. But sometimes maybe you just don't want to use the ones that cost a lot, or you know, they're like $12 for a set of 12. They did send a set to me when I wanted to review a bag that they had, but that's been several months ago, and I've already done the video. That's pretty close. Video on those items. Long story short, the brushes that they sent to me as like an extra, I was mainly impressed by. You can get them off of Amazon. There's a affiliate link. I shouldn't talk too much about them in this video. We're oil pastel right now. But there's a link to them in my supply list, if that's something that you're looking for. Again, I live in a very rural area, so 99.9% of what I get, I have to either drive 2 or 3 hours to get, or have it shipped to me. So and even if I don't finish this today and I have to follow this up with another day, that's what I'm gonna do. It would be nice if I get it done today, but we're gonna go with what we need rather than what we want. This is rounder. This is slipping in the paper too. To start. This looks darker here to me than what I'm getting. I do want to mention, even though I gessoed this with regular gesso, there is a clear gesso put out by Liquitex that I've also used, and it leaves a texture. So if you're if you prefer that type of surface, it's been a while since I've done. You'll notice too that his face is not symmetrical. If you draw a line down the middle of it, it is like two very different faces. I may need to use the brush with the mineral spirits in order to get these eyes. Sorry if I'm getting too quiet, and it's not. Just focusing in on the work a little bit more. I don't know why, but his hair reminds me of John Ritter. For those that want to know, I am in Kansas, and it is a very rural area in southeast Kansas. No, I said I was going to pull out my Salier a little more, but it just seems like there's enough to fill in with these others that aren't quite so soft. Just a reminder too, tomorrow's Master Study Monday is going to be starting at noon and not at 10 a.m. because I have an appointment. It's been scheduled for quite a while. Now his nose reminds me of Sam Waterston. I think that's what his name is. I know this part, again, as I've said before in other videos, I know this part is usually the most boring part or the least exciting for people watching. But for me, this is the This is the exciting part. I'm laying it out and laying down the foundation. I always get asked what kind of tool this is. It's just a sculpting tool that is used to scratch into the clay. There are many things you can use that will work similar. I didn't get that right. It needs to come down there. Sorry about that. There will probably be times during this stream where I need to take a break and do things like use the restroom, get something to drink. Is this the simile? Yeah, it is. This is simile. I thought it felt awful soft. I'm just sketching that out again for my own benefit. It's not going to stay that light. I will say, since I gessoed it, that bottom layer of oil pastel is not as adhered to the paper. I'm able to scratch it off a little more. Oh, there it is. I'm just going to put all the simile. It's hard to tell what colors these are. They're so dirty. Should have put them in the fridge before I started using them today. I didn't think they were going to be this soft. That'll teach me. It's like butter. Like butter, I say, like butter. I'd love to have a full set of these Senneliers someday. If I keep doing oil pastels, because they are just, they're like magic. But they are really soft. I saw something earlier and then I didn't do anything about it. Ah, Poncho, come on, give me a break. Sorry. Trying to find a really light. See, I mean, look at how soft that is. I want to say it's like butter. It's like, I'm not exaggerating on the texture either. Sorry. Poncho! I may have to mute myself and turn the music on. I think he's done for now. For now. There he's back underneath the table, my feet. I'm looking at how far down I went with the suit jacket. If that is accurate or not. Again, it's not a copy, it's a study, so I see that, but just wondering if I have it too far down. I'll leave it there for now. I may wind up leaving some of these scratches with the final one. You'd think being a portrait set, it would have a little more of like neutrals. But it does not. It slid right out the other end. If I had not gessoed that, I wouldn't have been able to get that little line in there. It's really frustrating not having the exact color and then not being able to mix it the way I want. If I were using oils, I feel like I would be much more confident. But we are going to do it. Just do it, right? As I said, this is a process. You have to trust the process. It's not going to just pop out looking exactly right. Oops. I think I'm going to, what am I going to do? Use some of these blenders on the eye area to get in there, because there's some very fine blenders in here. know that was more like scraping it away, but that's okay. I need something that can do both. That, no, look at that. I'm going to wear these out really quick this way. I don't use these blenders very often, so um, I'm learning this part along with you all. Just going over it really lightly to blend. I feel like I have his nose in there adequately. That goes up. That goes up. How dirty that already is. That takes skill, y'all. I'm kidding. Yeah, I know that white spot's way off. We can take care of that. Hey. What's everybody else working on? What are you doing today? Poncho's growling because he's tough. Shh. If you missed it, we have people working on some things at the house. He's a nervous dog, so he's worried about it. I've got strange people being around. I'm using a little more of this pinky color around the eyes because the eyes, nose, and ears are all skin is very thin, so it shows what's going on under there just with the blood flow. I'm hoping that will help bring out some, yeah, it did, some shape, some form. That did help. I need like a real pale. See, I can't, my eyes can't tell if that is pink. I don't have a lot of detail around the eyes because I'm having trouble getting small marks. And I'm being very timid. I don't know why. is it? Oh, I started at 11, right? Or, yeah. I looked at the clock and I thought I had started 45 minutes ago. I was like, no, that can't be right. It's because it wasn't. I saw a kid yesterday that used to hang out at our house growing up. And when he got to be a little older, he got into all kinds of trouble. And it's completely turned his life around. It's really, yeah, pretty darn awesome. This is kind of a salmon color. Let's see. I'm gonna get my Hayas out and see if there's something that will I went back to my Sennelier. Sometimes you just have to make your color. They're not always going to have the color you need. I am going to use my mineral spirits now with the paintbrush. I have just a little container I use for my oil painting. The main thing I'm seeing is this little, the eye. I'm having a lot of trouble with this eye. And I am barely putting any mineral spirits on it. I heard some banging around, so don't be surprised if Poncho starts barking again. Just trying to pick up some of that brown. I know I'm losing a lot of any freshness because I'm being so timid with it. But I don't think it can be helped. It's just, I know these are oil pastels. Some people are probably wondering why I'm using a brush. It is just another way to blend. I'm trying really hard not to get mud. On parts of this, and it's proving to be difficult. I can see the painting, the original painting in it a little more now than I did initially. So that's good. But I am getting very, I don't feel like I'm getting pure color like I should be. That's unnerving as all get out. Okay, killer. Okay. Poncho. Chill. Anybody want a dog? I'll sell him to you cheap. Not really. I'm gonna let that over here dry. Well, here, we're gonna do this. Hush! That's enough. Oh, good grief, dog. Yeah, it was getting pretty muddy there, so. I'm okay with pulling that up. Dog, cheap. I don't know what they're doing outside. It's driving Poncho crazy. His cheek is just, it's fighting me. He looks like a chipmunk right now. If anybody has any questions or suggestions or observations or insights, feel free. I promise I don't bite. This is proving to be much more difficult than I had anticipated. That right there looks white on your camera, and it's not. It's I'm gonna wipe that off. Because I put mineral spirits on it, I could just, yeah. Right there needs to be a lot lighter. Give him his cheekbone. It's getting to where I'm having a lot of problems with the texture of the oil pastels. It, I don't know what they're doing, but now I hear a saw. So I expect Poncho to be going off again. Oh, I know what they're doing. It's a chainsaw. Thank goodness. We've needed that done for a long time. We asked somebody else to do it. No, the guy that does our yard. And he never got around to it. think it's a matter of time. He just hasn't had the time to do it. I need like a burnt sienna. Where are ya? I love his looseness, but I know I've failed to capture that in this. In many ways, this is not how I wanted it to turn out. This is not what I had envisioned. So I'm just going to keep working at it. Just down here looks off a lot. I haven't done anything with it. It's closer than it was half an hour ago, so that is progress. Poncho's pin out back is really overgrown and needs trimmed, so that's what they're working on now. I think we just need to hire a handyman. That's what my folks did. Come on, get off of there. I don't know why my husband's out there supervising. But I guess if he feels need. It's a little like me hiring a maid and then following them around. Kind of defeats the purpose, in my opinion. His nose is crooked. Let's get your nose straight. Like I said, I may wind up with scritches in this. In the final piece. In order to make it work the way I want. I may need to spray this too, and with fixative. To go over it. Kind of like that sgraffito look. Where it's scratched off. I don't know, it just gives it just something about it. Gives it an extra texture that's interesting. I definitely need to learn more about this gentleman. Just I don't like how this is going at all. can fix it. I suppose this is that trust the process moment. Where I just need to step back a little bit. To me, this looks like one hot mess right now. Poncho, you are going to be the death of me. Hush. Hush. You're not helping, pup. No, you are not. This just looks awful. Sorry about him. Since hubby came back in, I'm going to assume that they're done with whatever they were doing outside. And so there will be no more poncho breakdowns. We never have perfect conditions, right? That's what I'm telling myself while I have a nervous breakdown over here. Look at his ears. I just noticed mine were crooked, so's his. One's higher than the other by quite a bit. Now the poncho has given me a nervous breakdown. Maybe I can make some progress. I'm going to go ahead and add the white in here, even though it's I'll come back in and scratch that off so it'll be nice and neat. If you missed it, Poncho was going nuts, off and on. Which was very unnerving and not conducive to focusing. think that's black. I think that's a dark brown. Yep. Like I said, I may leave some of these scratches in there to just give it a little character. Let's see. This poor guy's nose. I've thought more with it than I think anything else. There needs to be a dark mark. I don't know. I don't know. think I've got his nose going too low. And that's what's I think this is what's known as a hot mess express. thought this was going to be fairly easy. Of course, that should have been my first warning. Let's see if that helped at all. Maybe I just need to step away for a bit. I think I am. I'm going to step away for a bit. I need to take a break anyway. And I will be right back. My gloves are getting all sweaty and gross. I know I said I was going to walk away for a little bit. I just can't imagine somebody popping in and seeing it in this shape. I'm going to take this outside and spray it with fixative, and I will be right back. Okay. I had something to drink and a Mountain Dew. That's as strong as I drink. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not happy with this. Here. I think it looks amazing, just like Sorolla. You are my favorite artist. It took a while for my algorithm to find your channel, but I'm so glad I finally did. Oh, thank you. I needed that. I was looking at my watch hours too, because that was one thing I was afraid of with this, was I wasn't getting those that I needed, which is not the whole, yeah. But they look okay. Thank you for showing off your talent. You are inspiring, and I love painting with you playing in the background. Feels like I'm hanging out with a fellow painter. Oh, that's cool. Thank you. I love it when you show up too. You're awesome. I think my my white balance got off on my let me pull that up. Because it's looking a lot lighter on your screen than it is on mine. Brightness, too bright. That's better. Contrast. I think it just needed to be darkened up some. Yeah. That's better. You may not even be able to tell the difference on your end. Yeah, well, you're a little bit behind on YouTube, so let's see. Okay, I'm gonna try and get this to where I'm happier with it. I did spray it with Sorolla fixative. Hopefully it would give it a little texture so that I could get some of these flesh tones in there better. And you can tell that it's got texture different now too. And it's really windy today, so I had to just go into my entry hall with the front door open and spray it. Poncho was unnerving me, and I was starting to get flustered, so I'm glad I took a break. I'm going to put the reference photo back up. Let me do this. I'm trying to grab it so I can make it larger. Maybe that will help me. It's definitely darker. Let's see if I can get this. Adjustments. Contrast. Let's see if that helps me. I'm going to leave that there for a while until I feel like I don't need it. Oops. It can help give it a little bit of texture, but I'm not noticing a big change. I was wondering what it would do to like my whites and all, because you know how on a soft pastel it will make the whites become transparent, and then you don't have those highlights. But I think I'm not getting the exact colors I want, which is frustrating me. But we'll get it. We'll get something anyway. It's all a learning process, progress, right? Thank you, Pierre. Seriously. I needed the pep talk. I'm going to go through each one of the features and see if I can get this. And when I zoom in on the reference, it is so thick. The paint, just, I was hoping Spray and Fixative would allow me to add some of these Paul Rubens and all over the Simier. It seems like it's It made a difference in the black too. There's like it faded it just a little bit. I think. Yeah. I should be grateful that it's not real easy, because if it was real easy, oh, thank you. See, I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing. I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing some mud and yeah, it's definitely sticking a little better. And gave it just enough grip. If it was real easy and I was satisfied right off, what would be the fun in that? Okay. I should go tell husband it's safe to be around me now. Yeah, when you look at these light areas on his work, it's just like you can see every little brush stroke. And I can't remember where I got this reference photo from. I don't think it was the website I have listed below. Maybe I need to, yeah, I know I do. I need to do some, I need to do some studies of his work in oil. I didn't sell poncho, so that's a oops. I did look at a little bit of news, unfortunately. Bless you. Punch season. There's kind of a lot of just like tans and browns in here, very monochromatic, and I don't have the right values straight off the I'm looking for my scritchy tool. Oh, it's right there. I went and I'm not going to get too into what the news was, other than J.D. Vance was talking about the mission. He said that they took off from Missouri. He kept mentioning Missouri. People in comments were like, quit mentioning Missouri. Now they're going to come over here and now we're not safe in Missouri. I'm in Kansas, so, but still. That's what I should do. Just a poncho. It's just a basic like value study with some of these for flesh tones. What are you working on? Oops. Cheers. Joaquin. I didn't get the eyes completely, but I don't have. I wish somebody would come out with a really thin oil pastel, like in pencil form, sort of. I know the soft pastels are out there. I mean, I know you go through them pretty quick, but hi Horizon, how are you? I put the reference photo up there more for my own, because I feel like it's fighting me. I took a break so that I could. What are you working on today? Anything exciting? I know I said I was going to leave some of those graffito marks in there. I think I definitely am. Oops. Skulls and flowers. Pancho, what are you doing? By the way, I wanted to strangle Pancho earlier. I fully admit it. I'm not trying to make his lip look hairy. It's just got some shadows under there from his mustache. I'm glad you're working again. And just a reminder again, tomorrow's master study will not be until noon. Because I've got an appointment. It's too dark. His ear looks funky. I need to fix his ear. Sure. Oh, I just remembered today's Saturday, or no, today's Sunday, isn't it? I have some chores I usually do on Saturday. I didn't do yesterday, so guess what I'm doing today. If I have time. Yeah, that's closer. In color, I mean for the background. Do you want to share what you're doing, Horizon, or is it still in that? That's a bit warm. Cooler down. Those of you that might be late, I'm doing a oil pastel study of a I want to pronounce it correctly. Joaquin Sorolla. He was a Spanish painter that was born in Madrid, and he's known for doing these very loose works. If you're not familiar with him, strong. I mean, yeah, here's one, but he is. This is a person that was known in his country for the things that they did for education. Ooh, that's just not laying there. He was married and had 3 children. He has artwork that includes his wife as a model fairly often. He worked plein air. He's known for his landscapes and well, he basically did it all. At one point, Sargent was trying to convince him he needed to stay in London and do portraits for a living, that he could make a very, very good living, and he did not want to. He said that the sky there was, the lighting was too gray. Everything was gray, gray, gray. And I know I did not get the color of the background exactly right, but I was mainly going after value. It's still a little light. I got a book on him the other day, and I really love it. Just a little bit that I've been able to look through. I think we may have started something with me and his work. It's not taped down anyway. I know you can't see up here where I'm marking, but all I'm doing is doing this background grayish. I'm just pulling it over to the edge. See, now what I should have done is laid out all the shapes of his features and then smeared it all and then gone back over it with more detail. And having rubber gloves makes that a lot easier too. Kind of gross feeling, but oh, it's still a long way from finished. I understand. Totally. And if you ever want to, I know you shared your website. It's just this is definitely not finished either. If you ever want to share your process or anything, just know that you can. Yeah, it's not frowned upon. Now I need to replace that glove because I'll get that gray everywhere. This won't look like a clean glove, but it was used for oil painting. I have the drawing table I first started using when I did artwork when I was first really wanting to learn. I have it sitting on my right hand side. That was too much. That was a little much. We'll dull it down. I may pull that off of there any minute now. make a mark. I know it's I shouldn't say this because I'm using oil pastels, but I really miss my oil paints when it starts to go sideways. And then when I get done, deny offset. here, what are you working on? Chip down one. I'm looking for my brown. My little over. I'm looking for a burnt umber. I know I've got one, but it's just not popping out at me. Joaquin Sorolla. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I could see it right. That's one good thing about using harder pastels than these, is you can get those edges. That I cannot get in there and create as well. Just the pastel. Oops. Yeah, the background's a lot bluer, isn't it? Oops. I'm looking for like an olive green. See if that's any closer to. Still looks. Too warm. It almost makes it look like, to me, like his on mine. Like his suit's too big for him. Like a boy going to his high school prom in an ill-fitting suit. I think I forgot my phone. I can't take a picture and flip it like I was. It was in my pocket. Can't get it to... Okay. I did the flip and it let me know that this side is too dark. What a mess, what a mess. Come on, where are you? I think I need a new set of Pastels. The sommelier is 2. I don't have hardly anything left in there. Okay, I'm gonna another few hours or so for this painting. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not incredibly happy with this one right now, but it's getting there. It's better than it was. Stay safe with the heat wave. Yeah, we had troubles with our AC. It's an older unit, and that was one of the things that they were working on this morning. Well, I think that may have been before you came. Poncho was going nuts every 5 minutes. They were, we have a vent that it gathers moisture in it, and then it weighed it down, and it made it pull loose, so cold air was going in underneath the house and not where it was supposed to. So no wonder Poncho was wanting to sleep underneath the bed. The floor was nice and chilly for him. Yeah, I'm talking back, yeah. I think that helped. Let me put that back up there. Let's see something else. I know I'm going to regret taking the gloves off this hand. But yeah, the heat wave, I plan on staying inside. I have an appointment tomorrow, but it's early in the day. So it shouldn't melt too much. I need to start walking again. I used to walk all the time. Come on. Shoot. I'm going to take that back off again. I had like a burnt umber or burnt sienna. Ooh. It's not that warm here. Here's something I could do during while watching TV or something, or YouTube. Clean these pastels off. That oil coming out of that. It's crazy. Is it going to get very hot where you're at, Horizon? And I've gone through some black today. I'm going to try and go through and soften any edges that need it that I haven't already. Hmm. That's too brown. That's green. That's too dark. Sounds like hubby's taking out trash. Yay. Means I don't have to do it. Although I would have gladly done it. I'm gonna ponder for a little bit. Maybe. Drink of champions. Whoops. That's pretty bad. Don't know what else I can really do. I think since I've London. Whoops. His brushwork is just amazing. What did I do with my phone again? Shadow. bluish oil pastel dried. Maybe I just need to use paint sticks. That right there. Too reddish. Gonna wind up with 50,000 pictures of this on there trying to get it right. Gel Poncho. I'm looking at my skin tone. It's really red. It's a lot of oil pastel on there. I'm thinking, I don't know, I'm so impressed with his work. Maybe I'm just... No, it's not supposed to be a copy.
I see originally his head's tilted a little bit more to the forward.
Yep. He said his head's tilted a little bit more on the original. Fine and dandy. Like a... I don't wanna. Said, leave it alone. I don't wanna. Oops, that's not the one I meant. I meant for this one. Hubby's telling me to leave it alone. I'm not convinced. Yellow. Yeah, I think my color is a little red on the... Where is it? There it is. Let's see if we can get it. No, it was actually on the cooler side. Ow. I'm just so pale. Burst into flames. I'm looking at reference stuff to see, to compare it to. Oops, go back. That was a cool one. His brushwork is really loose. And I'm afraid if I keep messing with it, I'm going to lose what little bit of looseness I have there. Let me see. Oops. I'm just doing some figuring. I am getting really close to my 4,000 hours, and I should hit it this week if I keep up what I'm doing, what I should be doing. Flip it and see what it. I wonder if this is too wide. This is too wide. This should be. Let's see here. Well, maybe it's not so far off. Maybe it's just my eyes. It's just my eyes. They're getting so soft in this heat. Good old Kansas heat. I'm scraping that off so I can put down some fresh. And this needs to come at least for this. They're so squishy. Sorry. I know what I joke and say they're like butter. But they've just gotten so soft from body heat. I want that black to run. Come on, baby. There we go. That's the only spot that's really definitely white. Come on. Come on, baby. I think hubby was onto something. about leaving it alone. What I need is like a yellow ochre. Just a little bit. Good. That's how soft they are. You see how the end of it is? My Sorolla, I think are on their last leg. They're looking pretty sad. Sad little pastels. That yellow right there, it bugs me. There's like yellow ochre right there. Let's see if I can get it a little more fleshy. That's too much. There's my white. Oops. That eye. This looks too uniform and highlight. And that went off and gave them a few little lashes I didn't want. need to give it up. Give it up to God. Give it up to the universe. Okay. Oops. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it there. I was looking for a gray one to sign it real quick. Let's see. Oh, here's one. I don't know that it's gonna work very well. Ooh, look how greasy that is. I know they're oil pastels, but good golly. That's not gonna work. Not gonna work. This will though. Okay. Well, let's put these up. As best we can. Tomorrow is an oil painting. It is Lucian Freud study. It will be oil paint on paper. I've already got it all ready to go, except for having the paints out. Don't have them out yet. But I'm about to fix that as soon as I put this stuff up. See, there's another one that's like melting. I know it's not that hot in here. That'd be a warning to never leave them in your car. Not drop everything. This is running late unnecessarily. And that's why I wear gloves. Okay, I will let y'all go. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. And